Hey, Cam, sorry. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, so the goal today is to actually make a functional gameplay that uses ghosts. So we're going to make a Ghost+Marauder build. Is the plan. So I'm just trying to make a list of stuff I'll have to do. It's probably more work than I thought because to this point my bot does not do anything with the barracks really. So I don't have any real code for doing like Inge Bay upgrades or um, producing more barracks or deciding what units to produce from the barracks. Let's see. So we create the new game plan, create a build order for it. Set the upgrades I need and kind of when to get them. Code for adding additional barracks, code for choosing which units to produce from the barracks, deciding when to attack and when not to. We'll need different starport production because I'm not doing the normal stuff with like Vikings and Banshees and Ravens. And then I think we'll leave out Stim for now. Because Stim's probably something that needs to be coded well. Otherwise, I'm just going to end up stimming all my units to death. Which I could definitely see happening if I don't code it well. Doggo is okay. I think I ate some bad chicken last night. My stomach's not so hot, and I gave some of it to my dog. My dog vomited, so I blame the Chinese supermarket. When I think of all this sketchy stuff that happens at like regular supermarkets with like expired meat and expired baked goods, I can imagine if you buy cooked chicken at a Chinese supermarket, it's likely there's like expired chicken that didn't sell, so then they cooked it up, and then now it's like, okay, now you can buy it cooked. No, I'm not going to use a PF for this. I feel like if I'm piling out a bunch of barracks units, I want to be on the offense, which means I'm going to kind of neglect all defense. In fact, I'll probably just orbital every base. With that said, Ghost+Marauder is not a big. Like, it's going to be bottlenecked by gas, right? So it's not like getting a whole bunch of extra mules is going to help me too much. Unless I'm also building Marines. Which I maybe, I don't know. Probably not though. I guess if I have an idle barracks and no gas, I could always build a Marine. But it's not going to have combat shields. At least not yet. Okay. Factory. Yeah, and since all this code is running through the same messy method, which I still haven't refactored, let's make sure is off, like the old star production. I don't maybe producing like cyclones and stuff. This build might actually need a mineral sink, so I think down the road, maybe adding in hellbats with the one factor I have could make sense. Because Ghost+Marauder sounds pretty gas intensive. Not so much in the tech, because it's mostly barracks and I don't need double armory and all that high tech stuff. But just the units themselves, Marauders are 1/4 gas, and Ghosts, actually Ghosts aren't that much gas either. They changed them, didn't they? Where are they? 150, 75? Maybe this will actually work out well on my mineral and gas intake. Is that right? 150, 125? Are they that expensive? I thought they were, no wait, I thought they were 200, 100. That's what I thought. They're 150, 150, then they were changed to 200, 100. And now I guess they were nerfed at some point. Oh, I'm making it all up. No, it was switched from 200, 100 to 100 to 125. Oh, sorry, 150, 125. I think at one point back in time, though, it was 150, 150. I got that in my head somewhere. Way back in the day. Starting energy decreased from 75 to 50. Next patch. Starting energy increase from 50 to 75. So they are very gas intensive, and the Marauders not so much. Yeah, I think I'm going to be floating minerals with this build, which is nice because it'll allow me to expand. All right, extra minerals turn into more bases. More bases means more gas, and then eventually it'll find the balance between gas and minerals. That's a good question, Toby. I actually don't know. I just have like this gut feel for when I'm looking at like unit compositions for whether it's going to be bottlenecked by gas or minerals. But I actually don't know like what's a fully saturated base, what's the mineral income, and what's the gas income. I think gas income is like 240 per base. Or is it 240 per gas geyser? Something like that. Minerals, I have no idea. Yeah. Well, right now I don't have any concept in my bot of, hey, I need to save up for a command center. So I like to have gas intensive builds because when I have a gas intensive build, I'll just end up banking minerals. And when I bank minerals, I turn that into command centers. And that actually solves a mineral bank because the more bases you take, the more gas you have. And my bot is smart enough to always be changing the number of workers in gas to fit my needs. So if I'm making too much gas, I'll switch down to like 2 in gas. And if I still have too much, I'll switch to 1 in gas, and so forth. But yeah, we'll have to see. If my bot just starts expanding like crazy, then I obviously need a proper mineral sink. And I think that's where that one factory would come in. Oddly enough, I don't have any concept of using reactors with my bot either. So, Yeah, the code I have right now is like it assumes every production structure can build 1 unit at a time. I don't even know how it looks like when it's building 2 units at a time. So I'd have to build that if I'm going to start using reactors.
Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door,
Quoth the Raven.
quoth the raven. Nevermore.
Quaid. 19 months. Welcome, welcome. Okay, let's get started on this. So, these are the game plans we have thus far. Got some cheesy ones like bunker contains and SCV rushes and marine rushes. It's got a pretty good battle mech build. This battle mech build beats Eris most of the time, which is the #1 bot on the ladder. Tank Viking. Just trying to win tank battles versus Terran. And so forth. But now we're going to need a Ghost+Marauder. Marauder. Is that how you spell it? Okay. Let's just test out versus Zerg to start. So, add it to the available game plans. No, that's versus humans. So what specific stuff do we want when we're doing this build? I don't think we need missile turrets. Well, we won't have any air units. We won't have any anti-air besides ghosts, but we do have cloak detection with the ghosts. I'm trying to think of a scenario, like if I run into mutas at the start, do I want to be emergency throwing up turrets? Or do I think the ghost can handle it and I just keep my minerals for other things? I think we still want turrets. Armory upgrades, we're just going to want mech armor. Or maybe nothing at all. The armor would be useful on my medevacs and hellbats if I ended up getting them. But yeah, maybe nothing at all. I think we'll make our first 3 bases orbitals with this build. Well, at least the first 2. We'll start with 2. What else do I normally do with these builds? Build expansions in main base, then float them out. I think I'm going to start this build with the bunker. Otherwise, we're just going to be dead. I don't think we can go straight into Marauder or Ghost. Unless we're walling off our natural, which I'm not. So I think we'll just start with a couple Marines in a bunker. Well, I may not end up even using this because I'm going to be building my own custom barracks production code. Okay, I think that's good enough. We're going to need some concept of Inge Bay upgrades, but that's not built into my bot yet, so we'll do that later. Okay, let's build a build order for this now. For now, we'll just make it specific. Ghost+Marauder. So, one of the cool things of speed mining is you can actually go depot, refinery, and barracks, and you can still build the barracks immediately after the depot finishes. You can fit in the refinery basically for free. So there's almost no reason not to go refinery. But we're going to need a good amount of gas with this build. Yeah, barracks, bunker. We are going to need a somewhat early factory, because I believe you need a factory to make a Ghost Academy, if I'm not mistaken. No, you don't. Oh, maybe it was nukes, so you need a factory. Yeah, nukes require a factory. Okay, so I can go immediately barracks, Ghost Academy. So let's just cut the factory for now. We certainly don't need two of them. So depot, refinery, barracks. As soon as the barracks is done, we're getting the bunker and the orbital. And I guess going immediately into Ghost Academy would be smart. I think it makes more sense to get ghosts that I don't need than marauders that I don't need. Because ghosts gain value over time as they build up energy. So let's go immediately into Ghost Academy. And then we'll probably need our depot. I'm thinking we're going to need a second gas early. Maybe as soon as we get the... I do want to expand early too, though. How fast will this new build beat Micro Machine? It might like even like a terrible version of this build might end up beating some of the best bots, just because I don't think the bots have ever seen anything like this before. Like this early, like I don't even think there's a bot that does an early bio push besides like proxy racks all in. So this early chunky attack could be difficult for them. No, the third SCV mining gas helps more than two. Now, two SCVs speed mining is better than just two normal SCVs, but it's still nowhere near 100% efficiency. Like two SCVs on gas gives you like 75% efficiency, right? Which means the last SCV only gives you like 25%, which sucks. And then two speed mining SCVs might give you 80% efficiency. So the last SCV will be an extra 20%. My bot does like to keep two in gas though, unless there's like a huge need for gas. Yeah, I got some like fairly hard limits. Worker manager, somewhere around. Yeah, I set the number of workers in gas just based on some pretty hard-coded stuff. Like, if I have 0 in gas, then as soon as I have over 50 minerals and the ratio of minerals to gas is at 0.4, then I'll go to 1 in gas. And then when I got 1 in gas, I check the gas bank ratio and I can go up to 2. So it's based on mining rates and what I have in the bank. So I'm able to go up to 3 and all the way down to 0, just depending on my minerals and gas needs. Even I can't really understand what this is anymore. What the heck is gas bank ratio anyways? It's my gas bank divided by... Okay, so it looks like it's the percentage of my income that's gas. No, maybe the opposite. Percentage of my income that's minerals? I don't know. Whatever. Where the heck were we? Okay, so I think I want to expand quickly. So let's get the CC off of 1 gas. So I definitely want to expand before I take a second gas. And that probably means I'm not going to be able to fit in the Ghost Academy. My barracks is going to be busy building the first couple of Marines anyways. Depot Refinery Barracks. Bunker Orbital. Do I even need the second supply depot before the command center? Let's just see what happens. Refinery. All right, let's try that. Oh, double equals. Okay. Let's make sure we're actually using this build. It's hard-coded in to use it. Ghost+Marauder. All right, let's see how this opener works. Yeah, you can go to aiarena.net or sc2ai.net. Is that right? I don't remember. It was two different organizations doing like sc2 bot stuff that combined together. So aiarena.net will definitely work though. There's a link to the Discord on the right. And there's still kind of two Discords. One, I guess, is mostly for the website, and one is mostly for the bot authors. Okay, so depot, gas. Over here is the build. I'm not sure if it's visible. Might be too small. What happened? There's a command center. It must have been able to afford the command center before the depot finished. No, that can't be right. Let's put a breakpoint in. Okay, so depot, gas. That's going to be a command center. I did have some hacky thing to make my first few structures quicker. So I'm guessing the bug's in there. It's not off to a good start here. PF expand. Where am I looking? Yeah, so something to do with this thing. How do I even use it? Add depot and racks with first SCV to production queue. Unfortunately, this is going back to the code I wrote when I very first started programming this. So that's stuff I haven't seen for a long time, and it's stuff that's really ugly. Which means it's probably going to be a nightmare for me to figure out. Unless it's something. Let's try again. Okay, as soon as I start the refinery, let me throw a breakpoint in there. All right, there's the refinery. Oh, the command center ended up in front of the barracks. Something swapped the order. Not sure if you can see that, but yeah, the command center is ahead of the barracks now. Oh boy, what a mess. So how did that happen? How do other builds work? Depot. Let me watch carefully to see when it switches. Maybe as soon as I get 150 minerals, something breaks and it drops the barracks down in the list. Okay, so depot, refinery, command center, barracks is already wrong. So right at the start of the game, it's wrong. Did I type it in wrong? Am I that dumb? Ghost+Marauder, depot, refinery, barracks. Oh, it's doing the wrong. This is like my PF expand. Okay, it's not even using my new build order. Am I not playing Zerg? I'm probably not playing Zerg, that's why. Race. Yeah. Whoops. I forgot to set my opponent to Zerg. Well, at least that simplifies the problem, because there isn't a problem. I'm just an idiot, which is usually the problem. Yeah, my build kind of uses my bot kind of uses a mix of build order and not a build order. Like for the initial few structures, I usually have like a set order, and then it sort of computes things, right? Like build a supply depot when I'm going to be getting supply capped, or build more production when I can't spend my money. That sort of idea. But like any other game of StarCraft, like just like human games of StarCraft 2, having a really crisp initial build order is important. Okay, so barracks. Let me put that breakpoint back. There. So when the barracks completes, we have 465 minerals. So I could get my command center while I'm building my barracks. However, as soon as this finishes, I can immediately spend 300, right? I can get the orbital, the bunker, and a marine. So yeah, and then with how cheesy bots are, screw it. Let's make sure we get the bunker as quickly as possible. So I think I like this build order. What's next? Bunker, orbital, command center. Okay. So there's the bunker. There's the orbital. Next is command center. Now we're up to 160 gas. Then we're getting a supply depot, which may be too late. Well, we're at 21 supply. We're about to be at 22, 23. Yeah, so can I finish that depot before I can start my second SCV? Depot 1 SCV. And supply blocked. No, we're not. Oh yeah, we are. We can't build the marine. But we don't need a marine. We're at 2. Yeah, okay, I like this. This will actually be a good spot to build the tech lab now. Yeah, so I think that depot timing's perfect. 8 seconds remaining on that. 9 seconds remaining on that. Close enough. Second gas right now. I mean, this is going to be gas intensive, but is this too early? I don't think so. I think once we get the second command center down, we really want to get up to 4 gas ASAP. And then after this, it's Ghost Academy, Factory, and then Double Refinery. We may need another supply depot too. This one will finish in time, but this 11 supply from the command center is going to take a while. I guess we can keep running it. So it's actually building the factory. Oh, because the Ghost Academy is right there. Okay. The other question is, do I even need the factory right now? I can probably take my sweet old time getting to medevacs. That's nice and timed. I think we pretty much nailed this build in the first try. I guess we can kind of hard code in the entire build for 2 bases. I think maybe 2 barracks and then a starport. 3 barracks on starport. Okay. So one thing we're going to have to temporarily fix is I don't build barracks in locations where there's room for an add-on. So let's just kind of hard code a fix to that. Select structure position. And we'll just build our barracks the same way we build our factories and starports. I don't think I'll ever need this again. Get rid of that. Okay. So for the build order, I think let's hold off on that factory. We do have a lot of gas. I'm trying to think how I'd even want this Ghost+Marauder build to work. Do I just want like more bio units for my first push? Or do I want to have medevacs with my Marauders and Ghosts in the first push? I'm thinking, especially as I probably don't have stim, I'm thinking I don't need the medevacs. So I kind of want to push for early barracks. It's kind of weird to be getting all these gas geysers with the gas bank while I'm trying to be making barracks. It's like those three things together don't make sense. But once I have the barracks done, then that gas bank will come in really handy when I'm trying to make ghosts 125 gas apiece. Let's go up to 3 racks. So I do like rushing the Ghost Academy. We'll add some more barracks. All right, so barracks finishes. I immediately get the bunker, the orbital, then the command center, and then I can start putting my minerals into barracks. Do I still want to get that second gas immediately after I expand? I think so. Ghost Academy, and then we'll go double barracks here. Probably need our depot at some point. I think we'll set it up so as soon as the barracks finishes, as long as it has the amount of Marines we need, it'll automatically build the tech lab. So I don't think I need to put the tech labs into the build order. Let me catch up on chat a little bit here. Yeah, if you want to get into these bots, Python is definitely has the best API. It's the most supported. It has the most authors. It has the best framework. It's definitely the easiest to get going on. With that said, if you're brand new to programming, the programming an SC2 bot might be a little beyond you. You may want to start with some smaller projects first. Python's also very solid to learn for a career, as it's one of the most popular languages. It's slow and there's lots of criticism about it, but it's very widely used. So it's good for that. Suggestion for first push. Concussive yes, medevac no. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I finally remembered the name of the guy who created the Ghost+Marauder build back in Wings of Liberty. It was Zoya. And it was actually specifically for TVT that it was so strong in. He was like beating grandmasters with it. Yeah, you can chat things out into the. Sorry, Gravy Dave is asking if you can add chat, and yes, you can. And you can definitely use that for debugging. So when a certain criteria is reached, you chat something out to an allied chat. Yeah, you can also use it to taunt your enemy, which a lot of bots do. Oh my gosh. Stig had me worried there when he said I was muted. Is Java backend viable career in 2022? Yeah, I mean, like, programming hipsters will always hate Java, but every enterprise level application basically out there is using Java. So, like, all the banks, all the major corporations, like all the big companies, as well as Java is heavily used for Android programming, like Android apps. Little less so nowadays. It's mostly Kotlin, but Kotlin also runs on the Java virtual machine. So, but yeah, I mean, clearly, I think the 1-2 for like jobs available is Python and Java. Now, if you were to rate like the best programming languages out there, like from a developer's perspective, I don't think they would make anywhere near the top of the list. But yeah, so maybe 50 years from now, Java won't be the big one, but for now, it certainly still is. JavaScript would be up there too. JavaScript may actually be number one. Like, that's basically like every website is basically JavaScript. You need to know all that. It seems like a big mess though. There's like, whenever I don't know any JavaScript programming, but whenever I read about it, I'm always reading about a different library. There's like all these different things they use. But yeah, JavaScript's definitely in the top three. I know a lot of vanilla JavaScript. In fact, back when I was a programmer, I think I knew it better than anyone. I knew all the little edge cases for different browsers and stuff, but no one, like, vanilla JavaScript is almost never used now. It's all like these Node.js and Angular and jQuery and all these weird morphs of JavaScript. Yeah, TypeScript, CoffeeScript. Yeah, basically, whenever someone has a conversation about JavaScript, I hear like a new term of something. Yeah, see you, Dread. Okay, so what are we doing? Okay, so one racks expand, and then fast as possible Ghost Academy, add on 2 more barracks. and then add on and get the gas that are natural. And then we'll probably need a depot in there somewhere, so I'm just throwing it here. I don't have to put a factory into my build order. My code that decides it wants a medevac, when it tries to build a medevac, it'll say, "Hey, you don't have a starport." So then it'll add a starport to the to what needs to be purchased. And then when it tries to build the starport, it'll say, "Hey, you don't have a factory." So then it'll add a factory to what needs to be purchased. So it kind of can work backwards from there. I guess the only problem with that is if you desperately need a medevac and you're only starting your factory at that point, that is not the best way to do it. So you may want it as part of the build. Let's see how this looks. So the barrack shouldn't be part of the wall now. It should be part of those calculated positions that you see flash at the start of the game, where I calculate how to put all my production in my base without it like walling in siege tanks. So the barrack should be somewhere over here. Yeah, that's good. Doesn't mean I don't have a wall. The wall will only get built with like supply depots, Inge Bay, armories. Ghost Academy will probably end up on part of the wall. Just depots and 3x3 structures that don't require add-ons. So bunker expand, and then it should be Ghost Academy, right? Here's the Ghost Academy. Standard wall off of the Ghost Academy. And then adding on 2 more barracks. 1, 2. And then my gas geysers. 1, 2. The gas bank is up to 300 now. Okay. And then orbital. And now we're kind of out of the code we wrote. This barrack's not doing anything. So and getting wrecked by roaches. Let me load up that replay actually. I think it's looking pretty good, that build order. Oh, crap. Look what I found. Crash. I don't think that's going to save the replay. I guess we can check, but pretty sure that crash messed up the replay. Open in Explorer. Oh, no, we got it in time. No, wait a minute. March 1st. No, that's too old. We didn't get it. I think it was okay. I think that 300 gas bank is not a problem if I'm starting my Ghost production. Especially if I start Cloak. Maybe I should actually make this build start with a Cloak Ghost Rush and then transition into Ghost+Marauder.
Acquired.
Yeah, if I get a tech lab and then immediately get a Ghost and personal cloaking, that's 225 gas. I do want to take a look at that depot timing though. I want to see if we got supply blocked there. That's another weird thing. I don't know how much supply a ghost is. Is it 2 or 3? I assume it's 2, but where does it even say? Oh, this is Ghost Academy. Two supply. Okay. Can't believe I didn't know that. I thought it was 2, but then I'm like, maybe it's 3. Okay, barracks, bunker, command center. Oh, did I get a raid there? From Frenzio. Okay. Yeah, welcome guys. Unfortunately, I'm not playing StarCraft 2 at the moment. We're actually building a new build on my StarCraft 2 bot. If you're not aware, there's a competitive bot scene. But yeah, if you check back in an hour, we'll be doing some Mass Raven fun.
Target acquired.
Yeah, that extra depot might have actually even been early.
Target acquired.
Hey, welcome to the stream, guys. Build order. So after the academy, I run 2 more barracks, double gas. Maybe we just cut off the build order here. Let the auto supply depot stuff kick in. And let's not worry about factory and medevac yet. Factory and starport yet, I mean. Okay. So let's go back to the checklist. So we created game plan. Got the build order. Add the starports later. Let's get our barracks producing units next. So back to the messy code section. I guess the good thing is we don't have any code that actually produces anything from barracks yet, so we can kind of add it in our own. Just hack it in here for now. So if we're doing the Ghost+Marauder build, oh, it already exists. We're going to have to refactor this one day. For GM build. Is that what GM stands for? Ghost+Marauder? All right. All right, let's stop that game running in the background. So if the barracks doesn't currently have an order, and if I don't have a build order specific unit purchase going on for the barracks. Yeah, so basically if the barracks is busy, we ignore it. So now we're covering an idle barracks now. So for idle barracks, we need to build stuff. So let's select barracks unit, or choose. So we need to decide what to build. I think for now we'll just put in a stub. We'll just return a ghost. But later on, based on enemy composition, we'll decide whether we're going Ghost or Marauder. I'm gonna need something like this. So this is checking to see if it has a tech lab and if a tech lab is required. So if it doesn't have an add-on and there's no add-on queued up to build, or if we're maxed out, may as well build the add-on. And if we're building a ghost or a marauder, and what else do we need a tech lab for? Marine ghost, marauder, reaper. It's only 4 units you can build from a barracks, right? Yeah, it's either of those. Then we're going to add to the purchase queue a build tech lab barracks, and we're going to build it on this barracks. Okay. Then we would exit the continue the loop, wouldn't we? I did if and else. Whatever. We'll just continue. Okay. So it's an idle barracks. We got the add-on we required. So now we just need to produce the unit that we chose. So that would just be like this. Well, if we can afford it. So if we can afford it, then we get we're going to tell the barracks we need the train unit ability. Train command. So get the information about this unit type, which is the ghost, and then we can get the ability, which should be the train ability. Cast that to abilities.
Target acquired.
Okay, so if we can afford the ghost, then we get the train ghost command, and then we go for the barracks unit. We'll give the train ghosts, and there's no other criteria now. And then we update our bank to make sure that, hey, I just spent whatever the cost of this ghost is. So I'm not trying to build stuff, other things on this game frame where I can't afford them. So I think that should work. So as soon as my barracks can afford a ghost, it's going to realize it can't do it, and it's going to build an add-on instead, which isn't ideal. You'd like to build the add-on earlier. Yeah. So maybe specifically for this build, if I have the amount of Marines I already want, I should just build the add-on right away. So let's pull some of this out here. Let's make a little helper method. Oops. No, that's right. Let's create a method to check to see if a unit requires a tech lab. Is tech lab required? And we'll pass in a unit type. And we'll just go by hard-coded list of unit types. So what requires a tech lab? Actually, have I already built this method before? No, I guess not. No. Okay. So I need it for Marauders and Ghosts. And Banshees and battle cruisers. What else needs a tech lab? Siege tanks. Thors. I know I'm missing something. Viking Liberator, Medevac, Banshee, Battlecruiser, Raven. How did I forget Raven? Oh my god. Siege tank, Thor, Widowmine. Hellions, Hellbats. Is that our factory unit? Siege tank, Thor. Oh, I guess that's it. So if it's any of those, this will return true, otherwise it will return false. Okay. Oh, I don't need this units, because it's a switch statement. OCD. The first line be barracks, second line factory, third line starport. Okay. Oh no, I did have a method. Requires tech lab. Well, I wrote a new one, so I'm using the new one. Thought it felt familiar. Okay, what was I doing originally? Right, I just always want to build an add-on if I got the Marines I need. So if it's greater than or equal to X Marines, or yeah, so if I don't have a tech lab and I have all the Marines I want, the initial Marines I want, then I'll build a tech lab. Or if I'm basically maxed out, I'm just always going to build a tech lab. Or if a tech lab is required to build the unit I need, I'll build a tech lab. Okay. Okay, I think we're ready to try this out now. Let's run it and see what happens. Are you going to improve on your Marine Rush all in? No, probably not. I'm happy where it's at. I made the Marines a little bit smarter so that they won't get distracted and wander off all chasing one adept or something. They could go more beeline towards the enemy base, try to kill the workers. But it's a 7 racks Marine all in. It's pretty stupid. We need to fix that method that we removed. Okay, good to go now. With the speed mining that a bot can do, you can actually afford 8 barracks on one base. I realized with that I bought. You just fully saturate your minerals, and as long as you're not producing anything else at that point but Marines, with speed mining you can do 8 Marines at a time. Okay, TLO did it versus someone, versus Idra back in the day and beat Idra. It's a legit build that's very, very easy to code, which is why I made it. My bot was getting abused on the ladder because people were just assuming my bot was going to be always super greedy and macro oriented. So I had to create a build to punish them. Yeah, so you notice this number here is changing all the time? That's because each SCV is getting microed individually. You give like a move command right in front of the mineral patch, and then queue up a harvest command, and then they don't decelerate as they approach the mineral patch. Same thing when they approach the command center. It's something Flash used to do with like one SCV, and only at the beginning of the game. But as a bot, you can do it with every SCV all game long. And gives you about like an 8% mining increase. It depends on the layout of the patch. You get somewhere between 6 to 15% increase, but overall it ends up being about 8%. There's another bot called Micro Machine that sets up a bunker right here, and then he funnels SCVs through the bunker into these two gas geysers back and forth. So he makes 4 workers do the job of 6. There's another bot that puts when he's not using his warp prism, he puts it right in, well, okay, I'm not actually watching. Oh, they are producing. Okay, so we built the tech lab. Is it producing a ghost? Yes. Okay. That's good. We're also dying to this Zerg bot at the moment. Yeah, there's another bot that puts his warp prism right here when he's not using it, and as soon as a probe has minerals in hand, he like puts it into his warp prism and pops it out at the base. So he's like warping the probes back to his nexus. I wonder if my bot can make a comeback with this wall off. What's my bot actually going to do? It's still going to... It's still kind of doing stuff from other builds, because I haven't really worked that out. But should be building 3 racks worth of ghosts all game long. Oh, and I'm never going to have a condition to go on the offense. Alright, this is pointless to watch. Need to keep working at this. Okay, so I think that worked, right? The barracks did build a tech lab immediately. Actually, I was only watching. We'll run it again in the background. But I think it built a tech lab immediately and then started producing ghosts. Just having a brain fart right now. Right, so let's work on this stub here. So let's actually decide when we want marauders and when we want ghosts. Number of ghosts, and we'll include the ones that are producing at the moment. And then we'll do the same for marauders. So this is how many we currently have each. Oh, whoops, I was on the wrong screen. Okay, so it's building a marine. That's the second marine, so now it should be building the tech lab. Boom, there it is. Nice. Okay, that worked. Okay, so before we just had this stubbed in, our choose barracks unit was just always returning ghost. Now I want it to decide whether to build a ghost or a marauder. So there's a few factors to consider here. Basically my bank, like maybe I can afford a Marauder but not a Ghost. Maybe I'm floating a ton of gas and not enough minerals. So I kind of want to base it on my
Target
bank and my bank
acquired.
ratio. Enemy army composition. Light versus armored. Alright, if he has a bunch of roaches, I want more Marauders. If he has a bunch of hydras, I want more ghosts. And then also just kind of want to favor American now. Favor ghosts for you know, if there's nothing like really compelling me to build either unit, then I kind of want to favor the ghost. So it, you know, because the earlier I build ghosts, the more energy I can build up on it for snipe and whatnot. So, how do I consider all those factors? I guess we can get an idea of the enemy composition. We can just get that information. We can work from there. Oh. Right, yeah, one other thing is maintain a certain ratio. Or maybe ratio limit. Like maybe I'd never want to be like too heavy in Marauders or too heavy in Ghosts. So even if he's going all roaches, maybe I just still want a handful of Ghosts, not just pure Marauder. So maybe never allow more than 80% of one unit type. Oh man, this can... I could write this code forever just for this one simple decision. There's so many like little edge cases I can think of right now. But let's get the num enemy armored. Num enemy light. I think that's important. Ooh, how are we going to do this? Visible. No, I want to include the enemy units I've seen previously that are currently in the fog. Let's just start with the entire list of enemy units I know about. We'll filter it to I don't really care about structures unless I can attack. Alright, so every enemy unit that can attack But then that will exclude things like infestors. So how about any enemy unit that has like cost supply or counterattack? But then it excludes overseers. Any enemy unit that can move or can attack. I think that would get every enemy army unit and spine crawlers and spores. And then I probably want to exclude drones. Oh man, and then there's also like broodlings and locusts and I just wanted to get a list of enemy units that are armored and ones that are light. Okay, let's I keep saying units, utils. We can move. What's in this ignored targets? Larva, eggs, broodlings, auto turrets, locusts, disruptor balls, adept shades. Yeah, for some reason Reaper grenades are units in this API. Yeah. Okay, so we exclude all those. So okay. So it's not a junk unit. It can move. And it can attack. I think that'll narrow it down to just the enemy units I care about. We'll just call it enemy army. Okay, so the num armor units will be enemy army dot or maybe we should just do this twice. Hang on. All right, then we'll filter it also to armored enemies. So unit type data for enemy dot get unit. This is where it's better to use another API besides Java's. Everything's so raw in this. Dot get attributes dot contains unit attribute dot armored. And then light enemies will be the same. We'll just filter it down to only units that have the light armor tag. Heroic. Must be from the campaign or something. Okay, so we have the number of our ghosts, the number of our marauders, the number of enemy armored units, the number of enemy light units. Now what do I want to do with this stuff? I guess we can do something simple to start. Or I guess not actually the number of armored units. Right? Because having 5 roaches is different than having 5 ultralisks. Maybe like the supply of enemy armored and the supply of enemy light is a better way of doing it. That way I'm not valuing a Zergling the same as a Mutalisk. Or we'll go by the cost, not the supply. Because supply won't work well with things like spine crawlers, for instance. That's not what I wanted. Minerals plus cost dot gas. I always value gas more than minerals anyways, times 1.2. Now it's a double, so can't I just add them up now? Isn't there a dot sum? Maybe with integers there's a dot sum? What am I missing here? Oh. Map to int. Maybe that does it. There we go. Okay, so we got the total resource cost of all of his armored units and the total resource cost of all of his light units. And then we got the total number of our ghosts and the total number of marauders. And then based on that information, I want to choose which unit to build. Armor divided by total. Okay. So that'll be like the percentage of how much of his army is armored. And then I can do the percent of ghost, we'll say. And then I can compare those. Okay, so if his armored ratio is greater than my marauder ratio, then I'll build a marauder. Otherwise, I'll build a ghost. I mean, it's like better than what we started with. Yep, air units is something we're going to have to consider here as well. You're right. I'm thinking more like early game pushes, but... And certainly Ghost alone is not going to be handling air. Hopefully we'll have a starport and the ability to make Vikings by that point. I just thought of something. What if these are 0? Zero divided by 0. That's never going to work out well in math. That'll be an error. Thinking maybe I don't want to work on this right now. Let's do something super basic. Let's forget all this for now. Okay, let's go like really, really basic. Forget the enemy composition. Let's keep like a minimum of 3 ghosts. And then after that, we'll keep like we'll try to maintain a 2-to-1 Ghost to Marauder. Yeah, so we'll try to maintain 2-to-1. Return units.marauder. And maybe before all this, we'll just say if the gas bank is greater than or equal to 25, but less than 125. So if we can only afford a Marauder, then this build a Marauder. Okay, so if we can only afford a Marauder, we build a Marauder. Otherwise, if ghosts are less than 3, then we build a ghost. Otherwise, if I don't have at least 1 Marauder for every 2 ghosts, I'm going to build a Marauder. Okay, good enough. Yeah, and if none of those criteria are met, then we just go for our default, which will be ghost. Okay. So we got barracks unit production now. So adding more barracks. Yeah, let's do that. So we're going to need something like how we do it with starports. Okay, so if there's a position available, the starports actually just refers to any 3x3 structure with an add-on. Or any position that has space for a 3x3 structure with an add-on. And I can afford a barracks, and I have the tech required for a barracks, which is just a supply depot. Hopefully I have that tech required. Then I'll add it on. This is like if I'm maxed out, I just start adding production on. Probably don't want to do that. Well, maybe I do. Okay, and then all production structures are busy. I don't care about factories and starports, so I just want to check to see if all my factories are busy, or all my barracks are busy. Alright, so if all my barracks are busy doing stuff and I'm not producing... How many barracks am I allowed to produce at once? We'll say 2. Oh, never mind. Okay. So if I'm currently producing less than 2 barracks and all my barracks are busy, then I will purchase a barracks. That's good. Let's turn off all that ghost garbage, or all that factory and starport nonsense. Starport and factory units, starport, marine all in. I do need that. And then we can skip everything else in there. Don't remember why I did this, but whatever, we'll keep it. Okay, let's give this a roll. Unlikely to work first try, but I think this could work. Or I think we got everything we need in terms of like, maybe in terms of everything. It should be still expanding. It should be adding on barracks. It should be producing marines, ghosts and marauders from those barracks. It'll never attack. That's the problem. We need to put that in. But it will defend, I think. Sorry, I missed that cream cheese. Not sure what you're referring to now. You won't build a ghost if that bottom statement is false. I think I got true and a false wrong. Let's go take a look. Somewhere. won't build a ghost, so it must be in here. Ghost is less than 3, build a ghost if marauders. Times 2 is less than num ghost. Build a marauder, otherwise build a ghost. Yeah, looks okay. Anyways, yeah, I fixed it. Okay, cool. Okay, what's happening here? Oh, we turned off our code that builds marines. So, unfortunately, we're not building the marine there. Which is not good because we're getting all in by this. Maybe we should pick an easier Zerga one, or at least tell them not to all in us every game. Oh, you got CVs. You blocked my closing of the door. You can do a ghost. I believe in you. Oh, we lost our expansion. We do have an empty bunker protecting us, though. We're out of the build order portion, so things should just be happening based on resources and whatnot. Should expand when it has like 500 minerals or so. Yep, there's one. I guess it's set to float out from the main base. Engineering bay is weird. That means it's trying to build missile turrets? Is that what's happening? Why? It's interesting how the Marauders have a different rally point from the Ghosts. So all the barracks are busy producing stuff, so it's adding a 4th barracks. That kind of makes sense. Oh, I'm generating units for my opponents. I forgot about that. I'm giving him like Dark Templars and Vipers and going to test out the snipes and EMPs. Actually kind of held. Even though we're playing Cheater Insane AI and we generate stuff for our opponent and our build is kind of stupid right now. Do we need missile turrets just because we saw Vipers? That might be a bug. Well, I guess it doesn't hurt. Well, it might hurt actually. Oh. I never create Marauder objects. I forgot I've never used Marauders with my bot before. I think just that my basic unit micro would work with Marauders. They're kind of a dumb unit. Or like they're not a complicated unit. They don't have spells to cast or special scenarios. They can just kind of kite backwards when they're on cooldown and move forwards to attack when they're not on cooldown. Okay, let's add an attack condition and let's make the Marauders actually function. So I think I can just do something similar to what I did here. Just add objects for them. We'll create yeah, just basic unit micro will work. Cannot resolve constructor unit. I need a micro priority. DPS. Okay. Okay, what else do we need? Do offense. We'll just hard code one at the top. If strategy game plan equals game plan dot Ghost+Marauder and do something simple. When do we move out? So if I'm on the offense, this is based on our supply count. Oh, our army supply count. Yeah, that's even better. So if I'm on the offense and my army supply is less than 20, then I'll go on the defense. And if I'm on defense and my army supply is greater than 50, then I'll go on the offense. Whatever, good enough. I just want to see this thing work. So I should move out with 50 army supply, retreat back home when I drop down to 30, and so on and so forth. Get back up to 50, move out again. And my Marauders should be getting micro now, so they should be sticking with the ghosts and actually doing something besides idling. They still might get split up. Like if there's roaches to the left and mutas to the right, the ghosts might go take out the mutas and the Marauders might go take out the roaches. But for the most part, they should be moving around together now. Oh yeah, we still need to produce Marines. Let's see if we get Zerg rushed again with an empty bunker. Can I control this? No. You can play with your bots if you want, but the bot is just doing so many actions so quickly that as soon as you click something, the bot clicks something else. Triple meat. Ketchup bot beats me now. It's a diamond level-ish. I mean, obviously it depends what build it's using, and I can obviously abuse it with certain things. Like if it's doing like a sky mass banshee build, I can just like spam missile turrets and kind of beat it that way. Shouldn't it be building marauders? Oh, it is. Might be an issue with that basic unit micro. May not be selecting the target position. Let's see what happens when I go on the offense, whether they move out or not. Didn't I set the number of orbitals to 3? No, I set it to 2. I guess that's supposed to be planetary. Yeah, marauders are not doing anything. Let me just check. 24 ghosts. 25 ghosts. Do I have 25 ghosts? I do. So it wasn't creating the marauder objects. Get my units of type marauder. It's finding them. There's the 8 marauders. For each of them. One sec, guys. Huh, that's weird. Let's do a breakpoint here. So after we run that command, yeah, there's the Marauders. They're in there. So they must be getting like immediately removed somehow. That's a ghost. 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 Marauder. Okay. Let's see what happens here. It's not morphing. Attack if available. It's not locked on. Oh, this might be it. On arrival, remove me. Huh. I guess this was originally like once you get to your destination, lose the object. And I can't remember what I even used this for. Well, I guess eventually we're probably going to want a Marauder object, so let's just create that. And the only thing we're going to do is remove that. Java class Marauder. Extends basic unit micro. All right, let's make sure that on arrival thing's not on. Yeah, just make that empty. And I guess the other thing we can do is get it to go where the ghosts are going. Set the target position. Yep. And then we just need to use this object instead of basic unit micro. Marauder. All right, let's do this. 17th time's the charm. You can copy your marine one. Yeah, the marines are a little more like they have decision making around protecting siege tanks, and they have decision making around entering bunkers and exiting bunkers. So it's got some stuff in there that I don't need. But I just had like a basic unit micro, which is more or less like the, if your bot's not doing something crazy, like specific to that unit type, then it just does the basic unit micro. And I figured that would have been good enough for a Marauder, since Marauders don't have to do anything crazy. But it looks like there's a couple issues in that base class that I need to fix. Okay, so I think we should have everything now, except we're not producing Marines at the start. But we'll have like a ghost heavy composition with Marauders in it. The bot should expand and add more barracks as necessary. I guess the other thing I need to consider for whether I'm choosing a Marauder or a Ghost to build is, do I have a Ghost Academy? If I don't have a Ghost Academy, there's no option for Ghosts. So right now I think this barracks is trying to build a Ghost, but it can't because there's no Ghost Academy complete. Oh, I hit a breakpoint. What breakpoint did I hit? That one. Okay. Although, I said one of the reasons I couldn't use the Marine code is because Marines have code to enter bunkers. Maybe Marauders should be considering entering bunkers as well. So I think we move out at 50 army supply, which will be 25 units in total. We're up to 9. Oops. Still looks like some of those snipes are dumb. Maybe the way I calculate whether it has a tanking unit or not is wrong. I guess the other thing is that Marauders are kiting backwards, exposing those sniping ghosts to like tank the damage. So I think starting at the 5-minute mark, I'm spawning a bunch of Vipers, DTs, and Hydras. There's the EMP on the Vipers. It's interesting. I think I just saw that Viper got EMP'd when it had no energy. That might be a bug. It looks like this game will be over soon. I can take a look at the replay. Oh, they're going out to the Viper. Well, this is the most difficult Zerg AI that Blizzard has. And I'm spawning like 20 supply of units for it every minute. And it's still got its clock cleaned. So I think that's a good sign so far. Oh. My Marauders were afraid of the spine colors there. I think I know why. It's EMPing DTs there, if you noticed. Boom. All right, let's see if we can get the replay. Get a better look at it. March 2nd, yeah, that's right. No, there's no friendly check for the EMPing. It's on the to-do list, but I assume for now the odds of me EMPing on my own ghosts is pretty low. Because the DT is not just going to appear on top of my ghosts. At least I don't think it will. Well, maybe with Blink it will. But yeah, I might be EMPing my own orbitals or EMPing my own ghosts. Depending on how things go. Why do I need to log in? Oh, right, because it's the newest version. Okay. I think even if this build turns out to be absolute garbage, I think we can still edit, like make another similar ghost class to make it like a support unit in the late game. Because even if I'm doing like a Sky Terran build, I think ghosts are still pretty good at keeping themselves alive. With bot micro, and the ability to cloak. I think that they can even hang out even with no ground support. And then I can sometimes find snipes or EMPs that could work out. Does EMP decloak your own units too? Yes. Although the other thing is EMP removes energy from your units, so even if it didn't decloak your ghosts and banshees, it'll probably dry out their energy to the point where they would decloak themselves. But yeah, it does decloak your own units. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think EMP kills hallucinations. Yeah, so we definitely need to check to make sure we have the required tech for ghosts.
Add-on command center upgrade complete. Add-on complete.
This might help me versus -0 too. He's the bot that kicked my butt in the ProBots finals last season. With his adepts and stalkers. Marauders are good versus stalkers. Ghosts are good versus adept. EMP is good versus everything. Might give me a fighting chance. Also, -0's Phoenix usage is like crazy good. So if I'm just not building air units, then it doesn't matter how good his Phoenix are.
Add-on complete.
I'm watching a replay, I forgot. I can speed this up. I want to actually look at the fighting. Oh. Of course, as soon as I speed it up, the fight starts. Yeah. Right away. As soon as it starts, it looks like I see a problem. So this ghost is EMPing this roach. And it's only supposed to do that if there's a unit that's closer to this roach and closer to this. That's closer to this roach than this ghost is, and is closer to this ghost than this roach is. So basically it means if there's a unit in this area here of my own. And I don't think anything meets that criteria. So this guy should not be sniping. Let me take a look at the code for that, because that's pretty important. You don't want your ghosts on the front line using snipe if they're just going to get constantly interrupted. Okay, so I get the number of tanking units. So if there is 5 or more tanking units, then I'll snipe. Or if there's 3 or more tanking units, and I'm sniping from far away. So I made these numbers higher because it wasn't looking good. So I'm going to put them back because it's not looking good because there's a bug, not because of these numbers being too low. So from long range, I think 2 tanking units is enough. From shorter range, I think 4 is enough. So there must be a problem with this code. Num tanking units. Distance from ghost to enemy. Well, should be specifically looking at the snipe target, I think. But I haven't picked a snipe target yet. No, I have. Okay. Okay, so I'm looking at my units, my ground units that can attack. So I won't include like supply depots and stuff. So for all my units that are closer to my ghost than the enemy target is, and it's closer to the enemy target, than my ghost is. It's getting to the point where my brain's not working anymore. So U is like the enemy. So the distance from the enemy target to my ghost no, that's not the enemy target. What am I talking about? That's these are like all my units. So the distance from that unit to my ghost is less than the distance between the ghost and the roach. And if the distance between my unit and the roach is less than the distance between the ghost and the roach. That size. So it gets a list of all those units to meet that criteria and returns the number. It looks like it should work. I guess it might have been that small change I just made now. Anyways, let's continue. Yeah, it was definitely a sniping problem. Units in the front line should not be sniping. Other than that, the basic unit micro seems to be working fine for the Marauders. Same sniping problem. I just EMP'd right here. Was there actually a Dark Templar there? Or was that a bug? Oh no, it's DT's in there. Oh, they immediately got shreked as soon as I released them. There's snipe on the overlords, that's a good thing. Or the zerglings or the drones. Yeah, there's an EMP. At 78 energy, I think that's high enough criteria to EMP it. So I feel like it should be getting EMP'd right now. Yeah, I think that's an EMP right there. Okay. It does feel like overkill when it's already getting sniped, I guess, but something I could adjust later. I think we're really ready to give this some real competition. We should try throwing it up against an actual competitive bots from the ladder. There's a couple of fixes I need to do. One was that Marauder thing. I was afraid of the... I was afraid of the spine crawlers. Yeah, it was here. I just never added it. I don't think I should be creating maps for all these things. I could rename this one. Marauder and Banshee are the same range, right? 6 range versus ground. And then I could reuse that for the Marauder, which I believe is also 6 range versus ground. Let me double check that what I'm saying is actually true here. Ghost is range 6. Oh, sorry, Marauder I'm looking at. Marauder's range 6. Banshee is also range 6. Okay, yeah, they can use the same map. So that should fix the problem. The fact that there's no map, my Marauder was going into survival mode, so I was just trying to stay away from damage as much as possible. Which is fine when it's fighting a roach, but when it's outranged by something like a spine crawler, it'll just never go in range. What else? I need to put Marines in that first bunker. So that thing got turned off. What was it? Build manager. Just need something like this, I guess. Claim producing is if it's less than or equal to good enough. Really just want to make this function. We can go back and do this properly later. So I'm always going to maintain 2 Marines at all times, which is good enough, I guess. Even though after the bunker's down, I don't really need them anymore. I think moving out of 50 army supply is also too... It's waiting too long. Let's move out sooner than that. Let's move out at, I don't know, 35 army supply. What would that be? 18 Ghosts and Marauders? 15 Ghosts and Marauders? Trying to think, like, when's Zerg week, right? They take their 3rd hatch, they drone up really hard, and then they start producing units. I think even earlier than that. So at 13 Ghosts and Marauders, we move out. And if we ever drop below 8, we'll go back home. This will include the 2 Marines as well, though, so it'll be 12 supply we move out, 7 supply we move back home. Good enough for a hard-coded attack. And then I think, was that everything? Maybe run one more test game, because the snipe issue, I want to see if I fixed that or not. I don't think I did, but I can't understand why they're sniping without units in front. So a list of all my ground units that can attack. That are closer to the target and closer to my ghost. So if my ghost is trying to snipe a roach, then if I have another unit that's closer to the roach than the ghost and closer to the ghost than the roach, then it should be a tanking unit. It should be up in front. Is it a less than, greater than problem again? less than, no, that's right. And not using less than or equals to, so it's not going to include the ghost itself. I feel like it should work. Yeah, I mean, it does some calculations based on the units, So it'll ignore the front units if they're like Zerglings and stuff. I could definitely see that being a problem though. If my ghosts on the front lines are sniping, I could see like just constantly getting interrupted. Especially if I'm just getting like flooded with like roachling or something. Oh hey Drek. I'm dual streaming now, so now since I'm streaming on YouTube, I can host ProBot streams after I'm done. If YouTube actually had a host function. Oh, the other thing I wanted to do is don't try to build a ghost before I have a Ghost Academy. And Marauders are significantly slower than Ghosts. I didn't realize that they're different unit speed. Oh, that fungal. Guess the EMP wasn't good enough. Yeah, it's... I believe snipe gets interrupted whenever you take any damage. So... Nice, EMP the Dark Templar. So I should probably never snipe when I'm fungaled as well. Because fungal is just like constant damage coming in. Also never snipe if I'm standing in like a storm or any sort of splash damage. Okay, I put in a breakpoint. So it looks like this ghost here is trying to snipe this. Oh, I know what the issue is. It was that other criteria I put in. Yeah, basically if I'm not near the attack range of any enemies, then I just go for the snipe anyways. So even though this ghost is on the front line, if there's a roach over here, you know, his attack range is like that. I add a buffer, so it's like that. But since none of this is touching the ghost, I just go for it anyways. I wonder if there's a better map I could use. Because even if it's like a roach is here, which is pretty far away from the ghost, I still don't want to be sniping it. Because snipe takes so long, you can definitely run in range. So I kind of want to add like 5 to the attack range of every unit. So if there's a roach here, I kind of want it to be like this. Because a situation like this, I do want to snipe. Even though there's no tanking units in front, this guy can't shoot back. So I need... Let's see. I guess we just make another map. What's this buffer anyways? 3? Actually, I probably want to do this differently. Let us just, let's remove this for now. And differently. I don't really know how I want to do it yet. Okay, so now I'll just always require tanking units, which is still fine for a situation like this. Even though there's no threat to this front ghost, it's just going to be this guy in the back who's going to do the snipe instead. Okay. Try it once more. While that's running, let me fix the Ghost Academy thing. Annoying. Okay. Choose barracks unit. If actually I can look for a Ghost Academy. I think I can also check to see whether the barracks even has the ability to make a ghost. But this method doesn't know anything about the barracks, does it? No, it doesn't. Okay, so let's check to see if we have a Ghost Academy. So if I don't have a Ghost Academy, then I'll just get a Marauder. Okay. Yeah, I can freeze frame it on that, but the squares were just visualizing. Basically, my bot looks at my base, looks at all the available cells to produce things, and then decides, okay, how's the best way to lay out my a bunch of 3x3 structures with add-ons in a way that won't block units from navigating my base. Because if you just always build a barracks wherever there's space, you're gonna create those like walls that get Thors stuck and tanks stuck and whatnot. I was actually hard coding those positions for every map every season, which was such a pain in the butt. I finally got the calculation working well enough to put it live. Did I even have factory in my build order? I wonder what made my bot want to build a factory. I don't think it was in my build order. No, it just built it anyways. Interesting. Maybe it wanted to build an armory because it doesn't know what build it's actually using right now. Okay, I put a breakpoints in here. So let's see if it actually figures this out correctly. Number of tanking units. So I'm guessing it's this lead ghost here trying to shoot this roach there. And it should decide that, hey, there's no units in front of me, so I should not shoot this ghost, or I should not shoot this roach. Let's see if that actually works. So F8, so this will return nice. Awesome debugger. Well, let's see what it returns by running the code. So it says there's 0 tanking units. So it should return false. Okay. Yeah, that's looking better. Let's get rid of that breakpoint. So I'm guessing these lead ghosts will not snipe, but these ones in the back will start sniping. Let's see if that actually comes true as I resume. Yeah, kinda. It's hard to tell, it happened so quick. Okay, let's try this live now. Let's practice this against some of the top Zerg bots on the ladder. And hell, we can set it up to use against Terran as well, see how it works there. So we're gonna have to make sure our bot actually chooses this build. So against Zerg. Okay, so against Zerg, we'll just force it to use Marauder, Ghost+Marauder, and then we can do the same thing versus Terran. We still never worked on the upgrade stuff, but I'll save that for another day. So like bio upgrades, cloak, EMP upgrade. Stop upgrading my mech since this isn't a mech build. Okay, looks good. Yeah, okay. So I'm just going to upload this to AI Arena. Season just ended on AI Arena. We finished third by 1 point out of second place. So we'll get the third seed in the upcoming tournament. Do you think this will survive against early rushes? Well, I mean, we do get a barracks immediately after our depot and a bunker immediately after our barracks. So, like a 12 pool would probably kill us. But a 12 pool, it might be okay if we lose our natural. We might still be in it. Otherwise, that bunker's pretty good. And I think it'll make my... I'll be even safer, because with my other builds, I was always waiting for factory units. I feel like with this build, right after we fill the bunker, we're immediately building Marauders. So it feels somewhat okay. I mean, it is a fast expand, so it's always... Obviously, there's things that can kill it. Now what? I uploaded the bot. It should be set to go against any Terran or Zerg. So let's request some matches here. I really wish this would remember my previous setup. Oh, I don't know. Let's try a micro machine. Let's just go for the gold. I'm going to pick bots that should absolutely smash me. So if we win one of these, I'll be happy. Let's go against Eris. So we're going against the best Zerg bot and the best Terran bot. And then Zoe finished second place as a Zerg bot. We'll go up against Zoe. And who's a good all-around Terran bot? Maybe Gen Z. Let's try Gen Z bot. Neo's fighting Morpheus. That was the best scene of the entire Matrix. When he comes into the room and announces Neo's fighting Morpheus, and they all just like jump over the table. The hype in that situation is so cool. Oh no. Wah wah. It didn't run. What did I do wrong? Oh, was I still debug spawning units? Because that's cheating. And that would get me like instant DQ'd. That's probably what happened. Let's search for create. What was it? Debug create. Testing bot, debug helper, army manager. In here, this one's gonna run. Okay. Oh yeah, that also means my bot was looking stronger than it should have, because I think I was like spawning myself 10 ghosts at the 5-minute mark. Even though I was also spawning the enemy Vipers and DTs and Hydras. ProBots tournament takes place. I'm not sure if he's still in chat, but ES Champ on YouTube is the channel. ESCHAMP. And it starts soon. Let me see if I can bring up the dates here. I know this Sunday I have to submit my bot. I'm not too worried to start with because my first round opponent isn't that difficult. But from that point forward, I kind of want to have my bot in a good shape. Where am I looking? ProBots. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is visible, but can I make? No. -0 is #1 seed. Oh, I guess because he won the last ProBots tournament, they give him #1. Okay, that would make Eris #2 then. Yeah, Eris #2. So I'm playing against a bot called Kananana, which seems like a fairly well done Zerg bot. Usually new bots, and this is a new bot, is very primary, but this one seems to have a very well-rounded game. But with that said, you know, my win rate versus that bot's very high. So it's more about round 2 and on that things are going to get more difficult. But when's the actual tournament start? Let me queue up these games actually before I start looking at that stuff. Let's request a match. Make sure it doesn't initialization fail on the start. Kajak versus Micro Machine. Here we go. Ladder cutoff February 28th. Okay, yeah, ladder already ended. Submitting on March 6th. First broadcast March 17th. Yeah, so if it's the same as last year, that's every Tuesday, and then the finals will be on the weekend. March 17th. No, it's switching to Thursday. So it's going to be every Thursday. Wait, first broadcast March 17th. Oh, yeah, it's going to be every Thursday. It's just not listed there. And you can go to this website, eschamp.com, or you can go to the eschamp YouTube channel to find it. But it won't be scheduled yet. Right, so did this initialization fail? No, it's actually playing. Okay, so it was because I was cheating that the init fail hit. All right, so let's request some more matches now. Catchalk versus Eris. The only problem was, like, I guess I'm not keeping this build a secret anymore because these games are all public. Let's pick a less. I'm trying to think of like a all-any bot. Oh. What's the name of that? Blunty. Blunty is a very aggressive Zerg player. Gets a lot of Zerglings. I could see that being an issue for this build. Blunty, there it is. And then Gen Z bot. Yeah, most bots are scripted. Some use a little bit of machine learning. Like Mad AI used to, like, he would do a probe scout, and then based on what he had scouted you would use a lot of information with machine learning to decide which is the best build to pick. And then you'd choose that build and use it. But there's no bots that like do everything by machine learning like AlphaStar does. There's just the even if you could code it to do that, the amount of hardware you need to run to get enough information for the or to run enough replays for the machine learning is too much. I think AlphaStar used something like 20 TPUs, and a TPU is like the equivalent of like 20 high-end GPUs or something like that, or like 100 high-end GPUs. Whatever it was, they were able to play like 100,000 years of StarCraft 2, or maybe it was 200 years of StarCraft 2, which is a lot different than 100,000. But that's 200 years per agent. And that was this early in the development. It probably went twice that high later on. All right. Oh no, they're all failing again. What happened? Class def not found error. Ocraft. Oh. The Java framework was updated. And I didn't include that in my bot. Okay, so that's need to copy the dependencies. And then they'll go in here. Yeah, so we drop these 047s because we got 048s up here. Probably don't need to rebuild the jar. All right, third time's the charm. Yeah, we will see the bots played today, as long as I get my bot running. If it runs correctly, and bot games run around the same time as real time, so I'm guessing once I load up these matches, it'll take about 10 to 20 minutes, depending on how long the match is, and then I can view them. Depends how fast the bot is I'm playing against. Okay. Didn't. It's supposed to say bot successfully saved up top. Maybe I didn't click the button. There we go. All right, request match. Ketruck versus Blonty. Ketruck versus Gen Z. Oh, what the hell? Let's try out our opponent in week 1. What was it? Canananana? Cananan. Wow. Oh, that's Ratosh's bot. Okay. This one, I guess. Season. There you go. I only get a set amount of requests. I should probably stop wasting them all until I make sure that they're not going to init fail. Alright, so 2 games are currently running. Third one's queued up. We're kind of between ladder seasons right now, so all the servers are freed up to do private match requests. You have 1 billion requests. Oh, right. In lieu of another reward, which wasn't able to be granted, I got to the diamond status or something. It gave me 1 million requests. If you want to support AI Arena, by the way, as there is a significant server cost, there is a Patreon link here. And that allows you to request more than 30 matches a month, which may mean nothing to you guys, but it's handy as a bot author. And you get a little diamond beside your name. Or depending on the level, you might get a bronze star or a silver star. I don't know. Oh, it looks like Eris was practicing versus me. Someone was queuing up a ton of matches. Looking pretty good though. Looks like we had 1 tie that was a legitimate tie because it's a 47-minute game. Sometimes a bot is winning, but it bugs out and it doesn't know how to finish the game, so it ends up being a tie. But with Eris and I, sometimes we just mine out the entire map and just obliterate each other's armies until we both have nothing left. And then I saw we had 1 tie where he had 2 broodlords remaining, and that was it. And I had like 10,000 minerals remaining. And I spent all my minerals on Hellbats and Marines, or just pushing around the map, killing all of his bases. But they're just slowly dying off to these 2 broodlords. So I killed like 6 of his 7 bases, and then I ran out of minerals. And then the game ended in a tie. But Eris was the... Usually there's like a competition for who's going to be number 1. But Eris like ran away with it last season. These competition pages always take a while to load. There we go. Yeah, so Eris had 2271 ELO. And 100 points behind that is Zoe. And then I was 1 behind Zoe. Which may not seem like a lot, but at this level, when you win a game, you get like 1 point or 2 points. So you gotta win a lot of games to make up 100 points deficit in the yellow. Look at the win percentage too, 91%. Against star 70 somethings. Yeah, this is Micro Machine. He was Like, as much as Eris is ahead of everyone else, Micro Machine had a larger margin than that ahead of the rest of the field for like at least 2 years. But other bots have gotten a lot better, and the authors of Micro Machine are more or less not been updating their bot for the last 6 to 8 months. He'll do some fixes and he'll add some features here and there. Sometimes for ProBots he'll do something, but he's not like actively working on it. It used to be like if you figure out a way to beat Micro Machine, the very next day Raph would like update Micro Machine and then that gap would be filled in. You'd only get like 48 hours to beat Micro Machine before Micro Machine would learn how to beat it. Let's see if these games have aired out. Shit, they did. Let me try actually running it locally. That would probably make more sense before I keep uploading broken bots. What am I doing? Test local bot. Cat Rock versus is it the same error? No class def found. Error. Yeah, it's gotta be a problem with the way I built it. Maybe I did need to rebuild the jar. Truck, ladder. Zero 0.4.9. Wasn't I using 0.4.8? Zero 0.4.8. Huh. Probably good that I fixed this before the ProBots submission too. 0.4.8. All right, one more try. this running? It's running locally. Looks like I'm doing a bunker contain. Okay, one more try. This is the stuff I don't really have any knowledge of, so we just go trial and error. Copy that. Lib Craft 0.4.8. Annoying. Oh, I'm using it. I gotta stop this local game. Oh. Never mind. I found the problem. I forget how this is supposed to be. I think it's like that. And like that. Is that right? Java jar debug true. All right, I think I finally found the problem. I was building my bot in a way where when it's time for humans versus bots, the humans won't have to download Java anymore, because that seemed to be a major blocker for people. And I forgot to change it back to Aaron Java. Yeah, that looks right. Okay. Fifth time's the charm, or whatever we're at now. I think if we ever did need to, or if you ever did want to cut something from the project finance, the streaming server is probably the least value of the things you had listed there for the cost. Because if you don't know this, guys, there is a 24-hour stream running where it's all bot games being observed by a bot. Like even the observer's a bot. But it seems to be a mostly unviewed stream. It's on Twitch. Twitch and YouTube, actually. What am I doing here? You guys successfully updated. Let's request one match and make sure it's actually going to do something before I... Oh no, we do have unlimited requests. That's fine. Get Druck. Aggressive Zerg. Get Druck. Gen Z. I don't know why this messes me up. I just see a bunch of 2s and 1s. I'm like, 2002 season 1. Ketchup, Micro Machine. Hey, Jplex. No, I didn't. I don't think I'm going to end up laddering today, actually. So at least I didn't put laddering in the stream title. Oh yeah, you did. 8,000 requests for 30 days. I could literally like shut down the ladder. I could just like request so many games that the ladder games would never get run. I think these values are a little high. I would say like for the free users, give them like 20 a month. And then for the different donator levels, go up to maybe 200 for the diamond level. 8,000 seems insane. I guess if you're trying to train a machine learning bot, you could do 8,000 games a month, like training on AI Arena. I don't even know if that's actually a doable thing or not, but for a scripted bot, this is like an insane amount. That's more than anyone would ever even think of using. A loss in 3 minutes versus Blunty. It didn't have an initialization error, but it probably had a bug. Yeah, we had an exception on the very first frame. That's not good. Let's see what went wrong. No such field enhanced shockwaves. So it's Ocraft again. Okay, so if I go upgrades.enhanced, no. Is it abilities? Enhanced. Yeah, it's upgrades. I cannot find it anymore. What did I do? 0.4.8. Maybe there was a 0.4.9. Hi. There we go. There it is, 0.4.9. Why didn't I see it last time? Okay. One more build. Oh boy. Okay, you go over here, replace, and then let's grab all these. Replace these. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. We made it to at least the first frame of the game. Now it should finally run. We haven't even actually gotten into our own code yet. We're like blowing up before it even starts our bot code. Welcome to programming. Yeah. I mean, if this is the first time I was deploying my bot, I could understand this, but this is something I should have down pat by now. All right. Oops, wrong button. Request match. And Ketrock versus our first round opponent, Cannon. And we'll take on Micro Machine. All right, I'm pretty confident I finally got it this time. they have a REST API you can script to? Yes. This is kind of outside of my knowledge base, but I believe this is a RESTful API. So you can get a whole bunch of information about the bots on the ladder, the competitions, stats. You can even query the stuff within your own bot. So like you can query like the ID of your opponent and get his name and say, hey, Genzi bot, or you can see how it's doing in each matchup. Yeah, basically everything about the websites or the competitions, it looks like you can get info on. Swagger. That might mean something to you. I feel like that's a word I've heard before. All right, we got one game started, and it hasn't blown up yet, so that's a good sign. It started. Everything's in GMT, so I don't really. Well, I guess the minutes will be the same. So it started 1 minute ago. Literally just started. Hey, without my bot doing anything, I lasted over 5 minutes versus Micro Machine. That's pretty good. At least it chose its build. So I can see it's choosing the correct build, Ghost+Marauder. Drones are killing a CC on stream. Yeah, so right now, since we're between seasons, there's no games being played. So what you're seeing on stream must be games from this other competition called Flat 48, which is basically you spawn right next to your opponent. So it just turns into like a crazy worker rush every single game. So it was a good place to test out your worker rush defense code, which is what I did. And then I added a little bit of spice to my bot, where when I drop down to 5 SCVs, I pick them up in my command center, float over to the enemy command center, and start dropping them. Like drop, attack the hatchery, pick them up, go to the other side of the hatchery, drop, attack the hatchery, pick them up. So even if I lose the worker fight, I can go cheese them to victory. It kind of it's funny to say cheesing a worker rush bot, but apparently there's a way to cheese the ultimate cheese. We can look at one of those replays while we wait, actually. Who's the bot who always beats me? Who's the second place bot? I think he always beats me. Who needs army? So I can show you what I do with the command center. Terran is like by far the worst race when it comes to worker rushing. But any bot can hold a worker rush on a normal map because you have the defensive advantage of him having to travel, 1 minute across the map. But on this tiny map, there is no defensive advantage. So just the fact that Zerg can produce drones faster than you can produce SCVs, and that probes can pull back and regenerate shields, makes it very difficult for Terran. There's no time to like build up a bank or have time to repair. Yeah, even Extractor tricks out a couple more. So we both got really good worker micro, but... Oh, actually, are we going to win this legit? No, we're not. Okay. So my bot, like, said I'm screwed, so he, like, bailed out and jumped in the command center. The nice thing about that is SCVs can actually repair each other inside a command center. So this is how... Oh, we're not on full screen, are we? And I guess you get the picture. It's actually difficult to do this versus a Nexus, because the game might end in a draw before 5 workers can kill a Nexus like this. Nexus has an extra 500 hit points. All right, let's see. Oh, we have a victory, boys. We beat the Zergling Rush bot. Let's check out the replay. I think if we won, we probably don't have any errors. Yeah, no errors. Who would have thought there's like a level of cheese that's beyond Worker Rush though? Worker Rush is like the first possible cheese. Like you can choose a Cannon Rush player with a Worker Rush. But what do you choose a Worker Rush player with? Yeah, I mean against the number 3 bots on that ladder, it shows my worker defense better. Where I'm against a probe rush bots and I'm constantly fighting them, but I'm also pulling back and repairing and trying to find time to mine. And then if I can, I try to build a supply depot and finally a barracks. Because against Protoss, you get a little bit of time because every time he loses his shields, he kind of has to pull that worker back until it regenerates shields. So if you can match that regeneration with your own SCV repair. Yeah, I gotta remember that this scene swapper is not working well. Alright, so looks like we got a hatch first out of Blunty. Some barracks, and what was it? Bunker orbital. Oh. That's kind of a problem. So I also have code that floats off my barracks and like hunts overlords when they're hiding on these overlord positions. But that's kind of conflicting with my where I position my barracks where they can build add-ons and stuff. So I might end up getting some trapped units in here. I'm pretty sure I'm going to end up with trapped units. Because this barracks is not supposed to be here. Like, I took it from here, but then when I killed the Overlord, I put it back on the wall. And set it back in its original spot. Yep. Well, this ghost will do really well versus Zerglings, that's for sure. Looks like it's going to be a big roachling fight. He doesn't have any workers. Fully saturated main base. He is droning up more, though. Well, 36 workers is not terrible. Alright, here we go. We do not care. Okay, here it comes. Yeah, I liked that. So if we notice when he comes towards this queen, this ghost was in the front. So he's like, okay, I shouldn't snipe because I don't have any tanking units. So the ones in the back took over the snipes because they do have units in front of them. Yeah, so this sniping logic's working way better now. Same thing here. Look at the sniping ones. The ones in the back. Awesome. So I think we fixed that issue. I'm thinking about like versus Terran. I wonder if it's worth sniping Marines. I can't remember if I completely exclude Marines or not. Or whether I just only snipe them if there's no other targets. Certainly sniping like Broodlings and Zerglings is a mistake. For Marines it might be worthwhile. It's way overkill. 170 damage on a 55 health unit, maybe 45. Otherwise it's a 3-shot. Yeah, I probably don't want to be sniping Marines. I guess that means I'll have extra energy for cloak and stuff. Oh, he's rushing lurkers. Interesting. Probably nothing else to see this game. That looked kind of cool. Watch how well the drone pull does. That was like drones with broodlings too. Nothing got in range. Pineapple used to be the code word you would say to have the old ladder quit the game for you. It's kind of like the safety word. Alright, let's see what else. There should be another game done by now, hopefully. We lost a micro machine, and we lost very quickly. 10 minutes. To be expected, I guess. He breached my base at the 8-minute mark. So I never even tried this against the computer Terran. There's no errors though, so whatever happened, it was a legitimate loss. But it will be interesting to see like what happens when a Banshee harasses or something. Hopefully he didn't kill me super quick with something else. It's going for early expand. This is kind of a weird build out of Micro Machine, but I kind of like it. It spends the resources almost perfectly. Oh, this is... You haven't seen this before. Using the bunker to speed mine. So right now he's using 2 workers. He's getting the equivalent of about 3 or 4 workers worth of mining. When he needs more gas, he'll go up to 4 workers and basically get full gas mining with just 4. Okay, I should have tested it versus Terran. Why is it building a starport? Factoring starport for no apparent reason. There must be something Terran specific that's overriding my build order. Also, where's the Ghost Academy? Okay. So this is actually good news in that the reason I lost the Micro Machine is because my bot is completely broken versus Terran. So that means maybe there's a chance this build would work versus Micro Machine. So I can only have Marauders, I guess, without any upgrades. Yeah, that doesn't go well. Yeah, no Ghost Academy. Armory, armory. Yeah, it's confused. Should have tested it versus Terran. But we did queue up one more game versus a Zerg. Canananana. Who we lost to in 12 minutes. Okay, let's check out this one. And we had an error at the 7-minute mark. Yeah, it's that code that lifts off the barracks to look for overlords. It's conflicting with my new barracks code, which I just hacked together really quickly. Let's turn off that barracks floating code. Is it not in here? Overlord Hunter. graduated degree in comp sci. Not really. I went to University of Waterloo for computer science, which is the top school in Canada. And it was right around a time where the government passed some law that allowed, or they passed something that allowed universities to raise tuition by 20% every year for programs that lead to high-paying jobs. So the money I'd saved up for university, I realized that wasn't going to cover my entire my entire 5-year program. So I dropped out after a year, and I did a 2-year, I guess kind of like a boot camp almost, similar to that sort of style. Although it got me a college degree. I did that instead. And then went on to working. What am I doing? What am I doing? I created the jar file. Copy. So I technically didn't flunk out of university, but I didn't finish either. All right. Let's upload that. And let's queue up some more versus Zerg matches. Let's go against Evil Zoe. Zoe is like the number 2 bot on the ladder, and Evil Zoe is just a variation of that bot that does only cheesy builds. And then let's try again versus Kanananana without the bugs. What did we get done today anyways? You know, we kind of did a hacky version of when to be offensive. Obviously, I want to make that smarter, and same with the barracks production. I want to make that smarter, kind of based on the enemy composition. We haven't done anything with starport deduction. We haven't done anything with upgrades yet. And we just hacked that off, yeah. We're maybe halfway done. But we got enough of it done that we can watch a function. The game against Gen Z is still going on, even though we know that my bot won't actually build a Ghost Academy versus Terran. At least I think it won't. It didn't versus Micro Machine. I mean, not so much on the competitive ladder, but there is certainly people doing like maybe stuff for like their like research projects for university using ML on this. PySC2 is the framework that AlphaStar used. So it's kind of whoever's using this is typically doing ML, and you know, there's actively people talking in here. Same with the research channel. We're talking about different ML libraries and different methods of doing stuff. I don't know. So there's people doing it. There's no pure ML bot on the ladder. I think it'd be difficult to get a pure MMO bot to do anything decently. Without the resources of DeepMind. Oh, new season just started. Did you see that there's a new game-breaking shield battery bug? This applies to human ladder too. If you hold down stop on a shield battery, it heals like 70% faster. It drains the shield battery faster as well, but that doesn't matter if it's overcharged. If it's overcharged, there is no drain. But apparently we can fix it in the map itself. If you just load up the map in the map editor, it's just like a 1XML line change. So Cryptius might end up doing that at some point, for us at least. Getting a Blizzard employee to make a 2-second fix for the battle nets is probably a much more difficult task. Refresh, refresh. So we're getting there. I think I need to just get rid of all the hacky stuff I did and do it properly. And then I definitely need to make the decision of when to be on offense and when not to be smarter, and the decision of what unit to build from the barracks to be smarter. And then beyond that, I think it's just minor tweaks. The build order looks solid. The Ghost micro looks solid. Oh, and obviously the upgrades and the starport stuff I need to add in. Obviously bio upgrades are going to be important, as are the concussive shell and EMP and cloak. I guess I haven't really tested my cloak code very much. Stim will also be a difficult thing to add. I can imagine that my bot is just going to stim itself to death unless I do that really precisely. Because the problem is, like, each marauder kind of lives in its own world. So if a marauder sees a roach, you may want to stim the marauder to kill it. But if 40 marauders see one roach, they're all going to stim to kill that one roach. And that's where I need like a concept of an army, and just each individual unit making its own decisions isn't ideal for all scenarios. I guess we can watch the end of that Kananana game. Even though I'm airing out every game frame, maybe some things still work. Like maybe the Ghost micro still works. Yeah, I do have a factory that's available. I'm guessing this build might end up with too many minerals, in which case Hellbats would be the perfect addition. I mean, I kind of have a concept. Like when my ghosts go to snipe something, they first check to see if how many other ghosts are sniping that target to decide if it's going to be overkill or not. I could do something like that for stim. So based on the amount of enemy units nearby, I'm going to only stim a certain amount of my own units. And I could check that each time. But probably the best way of doing it is to have an army concept. I think the way the Python framework works is like there's a concept of all your army, and then it's broken up into subcategories of where your army is split off in different groups, and then within that it's broken up into individual units. So there's like levels of decision making. So this barracks is floating over to help kill this overlord. There's an overlord hiding in that barracks. But the marines I'm sending out to try to kill the overlord are dying to these zerglings. Over and over again. Ooh, I got one shot on it. And custom shell will make this kiting so much better too, once I get that. I do like how the Marauder is focusing the roaches. I changed that so it applies to all my units now. They all take into consideration, you know, the armor to light tag and the bonuses on their own weapon now when they're deciding which target to shoot. He's using roach burrow micro, so when his roaches get low, he burrows them. That's cute. An EMP cannot reveal burrowed units, only cloaked units. Ah, stupid scene swapper. Sorry, guys. Whoa, what are those marauders? Okay, this must be where my bot completely blew up. Yeah. My bot's gone stupid mode. Oh, I did say the error started 7 minutes, didn't I? 7:30. Yeah, so unfortunately... Oh, did it unbreak itself? Let's see. Oh yeah, around 7 minutes and 30 seconds it unbroke itself. But that was still enough time for it to lose its entire army. Also, we may have lost this bot anyways. It's on the full 3 base economy. Yeah, barrel roach play is going to be extremely difficult for Ghost Marauder. I was thinking I didn't need detection because I could just use EMP, but that doesn't apply to burrow. You know, when roaches are burrow, they repair faster than medevacs can repair units. He's got upgrades too. I'm like surrounded by overlords. They're just swarming me on all sides. He's even got ones in the back of my base. There's one down here. I think roaches are the only unit that get the crazy regeneration rate when burrowed though. I think if you burrow like a Hydra or a Zergling, it doesn't regenerate any faster than normal. Let me see if another game's finished yet. Nope, not yet. Whatever's happening in these games, they're lasting longer. Yeah. I mean, especially burrow with a bot is insane. Imagine being able to individually micro to burrow each unit as it's about to die. Especially roaches where they can regenerate back to full within a few seconds. It's pretty powerful in the bot scene. And plus when you have burrow, you can just burrow Zerglings in all the expansion bases and be super annoying that way as well. Looks like this bot is very good on its macro. Well, decent on its macro, but its attack decision making is a little off. Okay, now he's finally committing to an attack. I'm not sure where my Marauders are off to. That's that. Anything? Evil Zoe probably does a broad roach rush, actually. He probably has a bunch of cheeses, but that's definitely one of them. So both of these bots might be killing me with broad roaches. I guess we just queue up one more, so I won't have to wait. But I'm about ready to end the stream anyways. Who's a mid-range Zerg bot? Dovahkiin. Sharkling. Queenbot. Oh my gosh. You know how good we'll tear apart Queenbot with Ghost? Rasputin. Maybe Tears Zergbot. That's a good mid-range one. Oh, right here, Tier Z. Only 7,973 requests left. many ghosts to snipe a battlecruiser? Well, you'd have to snipe the crew on the battlecruiser because you can't snipe units that aren't biological. Or psionic. No, just biological, only biological. But an Ultralisk is basically just like a landed battlecruiser. You can snipe that. Snipe does 170 damage, so... And it ignores armor. So 3 of them would be 400 and 510? Can I do math? Yeah, 510. So I think you need 4 snipes to kill a Ultralisk. 3 would get it very low though. I think the battlecruiser relies on one pilot. There's just like one guy in the cockpit. I feel like you'd have to take out the whole bridge staff and probably the engineering. I'm thinking more like Star Trek right now. And even then it's probably like all automated. Yeah, Marauders and Snipe would do pretty good versus Ultras, wouldn't it? Maybe not without upgrades, though. I don't really see Ultralisks in the bot scene, though. I guess with bot micro, Ultras are probably pretty bad. There's no micro that they can exploit to make them powerful. And opponents would just be kiting backwards perfectly the entire time. Plus units like Cyclones and Immortals are pretty common, which would absolutely Shrek Ultralisks. And then air units are pretty common as well. Oh, something finished. We lost a 20-minute game to Evil Zoe. Let's check it out. And no errors. That's a good sign. The Who Called in the Fleet guy. I think that's his actual name. I'm gonna guess we lose to Burrowed Roach. I do want to take up to Starport with this build, though. There's certainly situations where supplementing my ghosts with Vikings will be necessary versus certain air compositions. I mean, ghosts alone can do pretty well versus like Banshees and Mutalisks. But if I start facing like Void Rays and Carriers and Tempests, obviously I'm going to need something beyond Ghosts. Yeah, and obviously Raven could come in handy when I'm facing those Burrowed Roach stuff. My bot also won't scan versus burrowed units, which is something I need to add in someday. Probably not for this ProBots. Alright, what do we got? Roach Warren. Yeah, I think we're dying to Burrowed Roach. It's a strong build. Oh, Spiny's a bot I could have played against. That's like the old incarnation of Eris. Cloak is a little less useful versus bots just because, you know, when cloak units are running around, you can kind of see that little fizzle on the screen. Well, bots can see that like perfectly. So they'll always know when there's a cloaked ghost around. Now they still need to detect it to fight it, which is nice. He got burrowed, didn't he? I don't see it on the production. And this is where if I built my method correctly for choosing the correct unit, I'd be building a lot more Marauders than Ghosts right now. I guess he doesn't anticipate 170 damage hitting him at once though, so sometimes I'm getting the snipe as the kill shot before he can burrow. He's got about a 10 worker lead on me. Oh, and every time this thing... it drags my army back every time it, so I never get on the offense. That's gonna be a problem. I guess you can kind of kite them even with the ghost. It would definitely be good to have medevacs about now too. On creep. It's always pretty good at deciding like when he can take a fight and when he can't. And he'll stay out of range until he thinks he has enough units. And then he'll come and crush you from all sides. See, there's like a ghost on its own. He's like, oh, okay, I can take that. I think he's actually the best bot on the scene at doing that decision making. Even better than Eris. This is still weird. I don't know why there's a factory. He's gonna have +1 in a second, right? Yeah, he's +1 armor finish. He's about to have a 1-1 upgrade on me. Upgrade lead on me. And army size is just well in his favor. No, it's not. Yeah, none of those snipes got off. Yeah, Zoe's just really good at knowing when to engage and when not to. That's kind of an issue there. Oh, maybe I saw it wrong. It looks like my ghosts are in the back, so I think it's okay to snipe, but then my marauders start kiting backwards and leave my ghost out front to get interrupted. I think it's a bad composition versus Zerglings too. I'm facing a lot of Zerglings. I mean, ghosts do bonus to light, but it would be better to have Marines, I think. Although this is where the Hellbats would be a nice mix to the composition. I think we're definitely going to be adding Hellbats to this. We're up to 11 barracks though. That's pretty good. I think Cloak will add something to this as well. If we're sniping as Overseers and are able to cloak, that will not allow Zerglings to kill the ghost so easily. Yeah, now we finally have an army. He's like, nope. I'll be back later when I know I can kill you. Was he even trying to get on my reinforcements there? That's pretty sick if he was able to do that. I don't even know how you would program that. It might have just been coincidence though. I guess this is the other issue, right? I sniped the roaches, which leaves only Zerglings. So what the heck is the point of the Marauders then? I see another problem with my build too. So when I'm deciding when to build a supply depot, I'm looking at like, okay, how many command centers do I have producing SCVs? How many factories do I have producing units? And how many starports do I have producing units? Because none of my builds before used bio. So I'm not considering the fact that, hey, I need to support, 11 barracks worth of production. So I'm getting supply blocked at every single level. So if I fix that code, I'll be able to macro much better. So I think my code just assumes whatever barracks I have are going to be idle. The guy picks off every single repairing SCV. He really makes the planetary useless. He just wiped out that entire middle line with just Zerglings. Oh. Repair. My bot's also trying to chase his army around, which... Okay, it might work out here, but a lot of the times I just can't catch him. I'm just wandering the middle of the map. Wrecked. He's normally not this Zergling heavy, but I'm guessing he builds his composition based on what I have. And he's like, okay, Zerglings are pretty good versus, like, amazing versus Marauders, and also pretty good versus Ghosts, so... He may actually only be considering the Marauders, because no other bot even makes Ghosts. Planetaries are doing decently versus the Mass Zergling. This would be some nice snipes so I can get him off. Snipes versus Ravagers is pretty sweet. I think it's the beginning of the end here. Yeah, just an economic victory at this point now. He's just way outproducing me. 180 supply to 50. Somehow I get floating gas. I think it's because he keeps wiping out all my SCVs with his Zerglings. My worker count never got up to like that 90 it normally do. Okay, oh, 2 more games have finished. And it looks like we won them both. Oh, someone else queued up Ketrok versus Queen Bot for me. That's hilarious. So we had a 45-minute loss versus Gen Z bot, even though my bot can't build Ghost versus Terran. I think. Let's double check. If we don't build a Ghost Academy, I'm just going to leave this replay. Yeah. Yeah, it would be night and day difference. Upgrades and medevacs, like 100% I'm doing that. And the good thing is I think my medevac code is actually already amazing. Even though right now I only use it to repair SCVs with it. You know, they boost from target to target, always looking for the closest injured unit. And they kind of stick with whatever units are closest to the enemy base. So just based on that, I think it would work perfectly if I started playing bio. Obviously, it won't do any drops or anything like that, but the repair should work really well. And the medevacs can keep themselves alive really well. Barracks. Yeah, for some reason there's a factory, so totally broken versus Terran. Starport. Command center. It's not even doing the right build order. It's supposed to expand after the barracks, right? There's the Marauders. Okay, so it is building next to a barracks. However, there is no Ghost Academy. Oh, Helene drop. Nice. Hey. I don't think I've ever seen my bot work against a Liberator before. That was pretty cool. Like my SCV micro, I mean. It's one of those like untested code I've had. Nice. Yeah, so there's no ghost, right? What's this thing? Armory? Yeah, not gonna happen. Let's move on to the Zerg game. Yeah, the way my bot kites backwards and the way that ghosts and marauders are long ranged, the concussive shell is just going to blend perfectly with that. It's such a cheap, fast upgrade too. It's like less than half the cost of stim and produces like 1/3 in the amount of time. And it can make, all of a sudden it can make Marauders good versus Zerglings, depending on the numbers. If you can keep most of them slowed, all of a sudden the ultimate counter unit's not that much of a counter anymore. What's tier going for? Looks like it's just going to be a Ling Flood all in. Yeah, you pulled off of gas. Well, he's going to get through the bunker. One thing my bot... I don't think it's going to lift off this command center. I think my bot still assumes that all my expansions are planetaries. Yeah, it should be canceling the SCV and lifting off. It'll lift off normal command centers, but orbitals it assumes it can't lift off for some reason. Oh, this isn't good for tier. When you try aim into your opponent's base and the wall is completed and all your units just go in the corner instead? Yeah, well that's what's happening here. He did take a third though, so maybe there's a second plan. Oh yeah, and he went back into gas. Okay, he's not all in on the Zerglings. Hydrogen. I mean, units loss is in our favor, but it's 3 base on 1. Kind of over-joned it looks like though. When you snipe and it gets interrupted, you still, or the unit dies, you still lose the energy, right? Maybe not. If it's interrupted, you lose energy for sure. What if the unit dies before you launch the snipe? So these two should not be sniping just because of there's no tanking units. Yeah, then the ones in the back snipe, perfect. Last game. Well, I guess there's still the Queenbot one too. Oh no, wait, the season started. No one queued this up. This is like my first ladder match of the season. That's hilarious. I forgot. So if I do want to keep this build somewhat secret, I should probably turn it off before it's doing it in every single match. I wonder how I should upgrade. I think I should rush cloak for sure. Especially if I'm starting off with just ghosts. I could do like a cloak ghost rush to start. Or if I'm getting all in, I feel like a couple of ghosts with cloak might be the best way of surviving the all in. EMP is obviously a Protoss specific upgrade. I'm not going to get that versus Zerg or Terran. Concussive shells is so cheap, I think I should just get it right away as well. So it's mostly about like when do I get Inge bays to start those upgrades. Probably just whenever I go on offense. If my bot's decided that it's strong enough to attack, then that means I must be in good shape army-wise. Because certainly if I'm dying, I don't want to be throwing down Inge base. Uh-oh. What's going on here? Hydrogen going down. Looks like my ghosts are getting distracted by these overlords everywhere. My bot's having issues with this ramp here. Did I see an oversnipe there? Looks like it. Looks like they all sniped this guy. $7.15. Thought I fixed that. So when I snipe, I set the previous snipe frame equal to the current frame. And to be able to snipe, the previous snipe frame is not allowed to equal the current frame. So it should be only one snipe per frame. Previous snipe equals. And if it's only one snipe per frame, then wait, what's going on here? Oh, that's a bug. Unrelated. That's specific to EMP. Shared overkill? Well, I can see the, I'm not sure if you can see it in drop resolution, but I can see all these ghosts have a line all pointed towards a single Hydra here. First of all, they all shouldn't have been able to snipe on the same frame. You can only snipe like 12 times a second or something. And they certainly all shouldn't be picking the same target. Oh well. Definitely a bug I need to fix though. Don't want to be wasting like 400 energy whenever when I snipe after walking up a ramp. Those overlords are being super distracting to my ghosts. They keep chasing after them. I should probably turn that off. Maybe make a single Viking. Make it an overlord hunter. I think I already have that code already built in. Yeah, they're going after these overlords. And now they're going back after these overlords. And meanwhile these marauders are off on their own dying. I mean, at least we're getting some overlord kills out of it, I guess. But it's not good. Especially against this bot who just has like random overlords floating everywhere around my bases. And they keep like darting in and out, so my ghost will go after this and then it leaves, so they go somewhere else, and then it comes back and they go after it again. Finally the ghosts are actually getting involved in a fight. Nope, they're going after an overlord again. And they won't even snipe them from range. Just because of the way I set up my bot. I figured snipes on overlords would be a waste when you could probably just kill it with your auto shot. Did I end up winning this game? Looks like I'm about to lose. Oh, we finally got that overlord back there. That's gonna help. That's gonna remove some of the stupidity of my ghosts. Just some though, because there's still overlords over here, and now another overlord back there. God damn it. These poor marauders, man. If the if the overlords are just stationary, it would be so much better. But the fact that my ghost is going back and forth because one overlord becomes a better priority than another overlord, and then switches back and then switches back again. Oh man. They do have a lot of energy though, since they haven't been fighting all game long. That's for sure. Should we protect this planetary? No, let's just go look at this overlord. Where's my ghost? Of course. But I need to look at these guys. Oh man. That sound effect reminds me of like Wings of Liberty. When you used to just spam snipes on everything. See, they just keep poking in, and every time they poke in, they draw my ghosts over. I can't imagine this game ending in 20 seconds. His loss is actually even. I guess from losing bases and a million Marauders. And I guess Ken and Anna actually crashed. Which is actually too bad. Because as dead as we look, like, we got like 35 ghosts. That's going to be tough to beat. Especially with how tentative his engagements are. Yeah, that's kind of what I do with my Vikings, Todd. Is like, whenever there's like an air unit on its own, like an Oracle or an Overlord, I just kind of like peel off the appropriate amount of Vikings, and then I forget that that Overlord even exists. It's like the Vikings have got that handled, the rest of my army can do whatever it wants to do. So versus an Overlord, I'd send one Viking, versus a Banshee, I'd send maybe 2 Vikings and a Raven. But since I don't have any Vikings yet with this build, and it's coded specifically for Vikings, I do it that way. I did want to make it more generic, because sometimes I don't have Vikings, but I have Cyclones. And now I don't have Vikings, but I might have Ghosts. So, yeah, I should... When I do those peel-off unit things, I should include more unit types. More combinations. What is this? Triple hatch out of Queen bot. Oh, I guess if you're only making queens, that makes sense. So this bot's more of like an example of an addition to the Sharpie framework that Rasper made, which basically handles all the queen stuff for you. So injects, creep spread, transfusions. So he just made this like kind of like an example of like showing how the queen works, and it ends up being like an actually decent bot because queens are pretty strong, especially with like bot level transfusing. I think he added in a little bit of a stack defense or something as well, just to make it less exploitable. But for the most part, it's just a proof of concept. However, I don't see queens being good versus snipe. This might be the one bot where the EMP upgrade would be useful versus Zerg 2. Well, I think that'll about do it. It does have a lot of bases. You can only produce one queen at a time. It's kind of like if barracks didn't have add-ons and they cost the same amount as a hatchery. I gotta say, there's something pleasant about hearing the snipe sound go off time after time. Oh, yeah, that wasn't a one-off thing. Just happened again. So the whatever code I have to stop my ghost from all sniping on the same frame is not working. That is one dead queen. That was a static variable, right? Previous snipe frame. So whenever I snipe, yeah, I don't think this matters, but it's convention. For a static variable, I should probably have the class name. Is for some reason this returning the wrong frame? No. So when one ghost snipes, I set the current frame to this frame. And then we come in here again for another ghost. He'll look in the can snipe. And the can snipe, you gotta make sure you can cast it, and you gotta make sure that previous snipe frame does not equal this frame. So this will turn false. I feel like this is so simple that it can't break. I don't know why this is happening. On the next frame, well, in the next frame, Ghost can snipe again, but then it's going to look at whether it should snipe that target. And one of the attributes of that is that it checks to see how many snipes it takes to kill that target and subtracts the number of snipes that are in progress on that target. So since it's the next frame, I'm going to be able to see that one Ghost already has a snipe on that target. So if it has less than 170 hit points, it's not going to be a valid target, and it'll return false. This I've seen working a lot. That's why whenever there's not a high ground issue, when my Ghosts are just arriving, you can see them all sniping different targets. That's so they don't do overkill. So it's clear to me that these are all shooting on the exact same frame. It's no error. There's no exception being thrown. This is the only place I snipe, right? Yeah. It's and, it's not or. Is it maybe something with the types? This is a long, and this is a long. No, it wouldn't be that. Maybe you can't see the HP when attacked from fog. That is true. But I think if I can't see the HP, I assume it's 0 hit points. Let's check. It also feels like that it's not. It feels like it's all happening in the same game frame. Because this is what, like 12 snipes? It would take like a full second to do 12 snipes, I think. This looked like it all happened on the exact same instant. Yeah, just the animations are a little bit slower on some. That definitely didn't take a full second. Public static long. I have no idea. You get about 22.4 frames per second, but I only run my bot only plays every second frame, so I get about 11 frames a second. So for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. It should take almost a full second for all those to shoot. if it were working correctly. Anyways, let's continue the game. There's probably not much left to see here anyways. This game looks much over. I wonder if that's correct to not be shooting broodlings. I noticed when my Ghost was kiting away, it was like, from the broodlings, it was shooting the hatchery. I know broodlings are temporary targets, but it might make sense to kill them off. I think usually when you kill... When there's broodlings, there's usually no other targets anyways. It's usually the last structure that died. Yeah, even that was overkill there. Because there's only one snipe to kill a queen, right? Yeah, it's over. Maybe I'll just do a little print line here. Yeah, not here. Oh, this will get really spammy though. If those things are true, then we'll do... There, I'll make it less spammy. I'll do this and return true. Otherwise, return false. So whenever it passes this test, let's see what's going on with... And then I guess... I'll put it here too. So just print it out to the log whenever we snipe and set this variable. And then whenever it passes the can snipe test, we'll see what's going on with this variable and why it's passing this. Previous snipe frame. They're both longs. Yeah, I thought it might be a type thing. Anywho. We'll figure that out soon enough. Yeah, so I think we'll definitely have this build ready for the more difficult bots on the ladder. Or the more difficult bots in ProBots. I think I got like 3 weeks before round 2. Why do you have and after the snipe frame test? Oh, it's 2 lines. It's like that. You know, did I not snipe this frame? And am I capable of casting snipe? Like, do I have 50 energy? I just broke it up into 2 lines. Which actually, why did I break it up into 2 lines? Yep. Okay, I'm gonna grab some dinner. I'm gonna call it the end of the stream. But yeah, hoping in ProBots we hear that choo choo choo. That mass sniping will be money to my ears. Energy of a queen is more than 1 snipe. Yeah, I'm okay with the ghosts considering sniping the queen every single game frame. What I'm not okay was with all of them on the same game frame deciding to snipe that ghost. Because on a separate game frame, it's okay because it'll be able to see that another ghost is already sniping it. I just don't want them all doing it on the same frame. So I just kind of did this hack where it's like only 1 ghost is allowed to snipe each frame. It will slow down my snipes a little bit, but, you know, who cares? I still get to snipe 11 times a second, which is pretty good. Previous frame is global. Yeah. So I snipe on frame 200, so the global variable gets set to 200. On frame 300, I want to try to snipe. And it'll pass because 200 does not equal 300. And then on frame 300, I try to snipe again. And it's like, no, you can't do that because now 300 equals 300. So this is code that's run by each individual ghost. Which is why I want to make sure it only 1 ghost. If the snipe is allowed for 1 ghost, then no other ghost is allowed to snipe this frame. It's got to be something stupid. I'm just not seeing it because this looks so obviously correct to me. Like, comparing longs with equals is fine. Now frames doesn't do anything funky. Yeah, it's just grabbing the current game loop. Ah! I was missing this before. Maybe that was it. I thought this is just like just good form. I don't think it should matter. Either way, it should be referring to the only variable that exists by this name, which is the static variable. So stupid. I don't know. But I mean, I do that everywhere. I leave this out all the time just to, because personally I don't like the extra unnecessary writing. You're only supposed to do that to like to specify that, hey, this is a class variable, not an instance variable. But it's completely unnecessary as far as I know. Unless you also have an instance variable of the same name, in which case, then you gotta specify which one you're referring to. Yeah, so I'm going to deploy this and I'm going to turn off the stream. So have a good one, guys, and see you guys in ProBots. Hopefully you come tune in. It'll be starting mid-March.